Labor Day, a holiday for the working man, and unofficially, the last day of summer. If that's true, then today, baseball's playoff races officially begin. Only 3 teams and 5 games separate the Cleveland Indians and a date with postseason baseball. Will Terry Francona find the Midas touch in the month of September that carried the Tribe to October 2 years ago? Can Francisco Lindor maintain the spring in his young legs and continue to fire the Tribe's offensive engine? The starting pitching has been brilliant all season long, and tonight, Carlos Carrasco returns to lead the charge. Yes, it may be time to embrace the coming of autumn, but the boys of summer still have something to say about this baseball season. Are you listening? From U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago, where the Cleveland Indians on a roll have won 8 of their last 11 overall. Try to make it 2 straight against the White Sox here tonight. Terry Francona, since coming to the Indians, has been a master in the month of September. You see, he and Mike Matheny, nobody's won more in the month of September since 2013 than those 2 managers at 38 victories, and it's going to take another strong September push for the Indians if they want to be playing come October. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you. As you probably heard by now, we're not going to start on time tonight. There's an approaching line of thunderstorms and showers headed our way. Looks like at least an hour delay here at the start. We'll keep you updated, obviously, as that goes along. But, Rick, managers are always very important, especially late in the season, because it's not so much how they manage in-game, but how they manage that clubhouse and keep everybody up, pushing forward when everybody's dog-tired at this point in the season. But at the end of the day, we also know that starting pitching usually dictates whether you go on or you go home. And the Indians are getting healthy. They get Carlos Carrasco back. Still about a week away from seeing Corey Kluber back in the rotation, but Carrasco's return could be critical.
Well, it's been 18 games since the last time Carlos Carrasco pitched, and they need him because he has been a road warrior. 8-3 on the road this year. As a matter of fact, 1 win has come in this ballpark, and he's 1-2 against the White Sox. But Carrasco in his last start against the Yankees, he kept the ball down in the strike zone like he has so often in his last 5 starts, having a very good year, 12-9. And you can see 11 strikeouts in his last start. He'll be matched up against left-hander Carlos Rodon. Against the White Sox, he is 1-0 against the Indians this year. Another left-hander they're going to have to face, but they've done a nice job against left-handers on this road trip.
Well, Arch, as you know, Frank Sinatra once sang that Chicago was his kind of town. But that's nothing compared to Ryan Rayburn. He owns this particular building here on the south side of Chicago. Rayburn always flourishes against the White Sox. When we come back, Andre Knott will join us, and maybe he'll reveal some of Rayburn's secrets here at U.S. Cellular Field. We'll be back in a moment. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Welcome back here to U.S. Cellular Field. As you see, unfortunately, they are rolling the tarp onto the field. They told us that the rain is set to hit Chicago around 7:30 local time. So that's about a half an hour, maybe less, from right now. And so that's why we're delaying, even though it's not raining, because they don't want to get the starting pitchers all warmed up, ready to go, start the game, and then have to shut them down. And especially true for the Indians when you're getting Carlos Carrasco back in the lineup here tonight. So unfortunately, we will not be starting on time, but it looks like once we get through that, we should be good the rest of the way. So that's. Meantime, Ryan Rayburn, what a day he had yesterday. 2 for 2, 2 solo homers. Really, you can make a case, Rick, that he's the reason the Indians were able to win that game against a very tough customer in Chris Sale. And for whatever reason, he has flourished against the Chicago White Sox.
You know, everybody seems to have a team that they play well against, and the Chicago White Sox are Ryan Rayburn's team. How many guys? I think that's the first time ever that somebody has hit 2 home runs in a game off Chris Sale. And he did it in grand fashion. The first one was a breaking ball down and away. He took it to right center field and really smoked it. The second one, he hit a fastball, to left field, and that one was out of sight. So, I mean, he really hit 2 good pitches, brought him back, gave him the lead. And that was nice to see the Indians. They hit the solo home runs to win the game, and the Chicago White Sox got a couple of gift runs, but they still hung on to win.
Trying to figure out why Ryan Rayburn has so much success here and against the White Sox is very difficult. Robin Ventura, the White Sox manager, says, quote, "We've seen him, and he's good. He must like hitting against our guys, and especially here. I don't know. Maybe it just suits his eye. I don't know." And as we go down to Andre Knott, you get a lot of those same answers from Ryan Rayburn. I don't know, and I get the feeling he's a little tired of talking about it.
He is a little tired of talking about it, but the numbers are staggering, guys. When you look at it, 20 home runs versus the White Sox, hitting .292, 4 multi-home run games in his career at this ballpark. Obviously, playing for Detroit and playing in Cleveland, he's had many opportunities to hit in this park. But he did tell me, he goes, "I like the background. I like what I see when I come here." And it's funny because I heard in the pregame, guys, talking a little bit about Jason Kipnis is struggling this year against the White Sox. And he laughed and he told me, he goes, "Yeah, because they throw a lefty every time we come in here." And Rayburn kind of chuckled and he goes, "Well, maybe that's why I'm swinging it so well against him." I just think for Rayburn, the thing about him is, Tito said something very important yesterday. He goes, "Look, he doesn't get all the playing time that he may want. He knows his role." And he goes, "There's not many guys that you can say, hey, you're not going to play every day. But when we play you, you're going to hit in the middle of the lineup, and we want you to hit like a guy that hits in the middle of the lineup." And he does that, guys. He drives in runs when the situation comes about. He doesn't play every single day. And let's be honest, the situation has changed dramatically for him over the last, month or so. We talk about all the young guys and the spirit that they've brought. The one thing I respect about Ryan Rayburn, and I know a lot of his teammates feel the same way, is that no matter who's playing in front of him or not playing, he's the same guy every day. And he told me he's got a routine. He sticks to it. No matter if he's starting, no matter if there's a right-handed pitcher, no matter if there's a left-handed pitcher, he's with his routine. He's one of the hardest working guys during the game that I've watched this season. During a game, no matter what's going on in the first inning, second inning, third inning, he's underneath. He's hitting off the tee. He's hitting soft toss. He's going to a cage. Then he'll come, he's constantly working. And against a guy like Sale, to be able to hit him like he did yesterday, I think it's just a testament to who he is as a player and as a person. And it was fun because, we've all seen the struggles that this team has had versus Chris Sale at times.
Well, the one thing, that's one reason why you want to have veteran players as your bench players, because they accept their roles. And Ryan has ever since he's been here. He had the one good first year. He ended up having a down year because he was hurt with his knees. But he plays right. He plays left. He'll do whatever it takes. And that, to me, is a veteran. And when the young players see that, he's ready for any situation. He helps his manager out, and he will explain the game to the young kids so they get it, so they get an idea. So Ryan Rayburn, he's a treat to watch when he's locked in and he has a nice short swing. He catches up to it. Now, he hit a breaking ball to right center yesterday, which was a good pitch, and then Sale didn't hit his location and threw him a fastball down the middle. You should have seen Milky Cabrera. He never turned around. He just stood right there with his arms crossed. He wasn't going to go even look to see how far it went, but it exploded off his bat, and that was the game winner right there. And everybody's happy for him, but he knows what his role is, and he's always been a good leader around this ball club.
Well, I want to get Rick's take on this from the player's perspective, but Andre, you're down there around Ryan a lot, and I'm curious because You know, even as an aging player gets along and quote-unquote knows his role, he's still a competitor. He still wants, he's driven by the fire of the competition, the battle with the starting pitcher. He goes out and gets a couple of hits off David Price in the first game of this road trip and then doesn't see the field again until a week later yesterday. I don't know how he stays sharp. We can ask Rick about that. But mentally, how does he get by?
Matt, I asked almost the same question yesterday, and you want to ask it the right way. You know what I mean? You don't want to say, hey, how do you sit for 5 days, 6 days? Because, you know, it has got to be tough. I mean, let's be honest. But mentally, he told me what I just said. He goes to that routine. He watches film. He's on that tee. He's constantly working on what makes Ryan Rayburn a better hitter and doesn't get caught up if his name's in the lineup or not. I mean, he's told me there's times where, you know, you have a couple good games and you want to be out there, but he's accepted his role. And that can't be, and I was going to ask the same question to Arch. How do you do that? How do you accept it and then excel doing it?
Well, you have no choice. I mean, you really don't. I mean, if you're not in the lineup, you just keep yourself ready at all times. Okay, that's all you can do. But you have nothing to lose.
I know you don't want to be a clubhouse lawyer. You don't want to be a guy that complains. But how often do you go to the manager and say, "Hey, can I get a few more at bats?" Or I mean, do you or do you not do that? Is that a no-no?
You don't do that. That's a no-no, man. You'll get your at bats when he puts you in there and you get an at bat. You better get a hit. You know, you don't complain about anything. You just go about your business. You go about it. Hey, first of all, the manager knows you want to play. And he knows you want more at-bats. If you don't want it, you wouldn't be there. You'd be somewhere else. But you go out there, just be ready when your name's called upon and give it your best. That's all you can do in this game. It's tough enough to hit a baseball. When you're in there every day, you go through ups, through downs. And when you're not in there every day, it's even tougher. But that's why a veteran, when he knows pitchers or he knows ballparks or he's been through it before. He knows what it takes to get him ready.
Well, I can tell you guys another weird thing that happened. Not weird, but you guys know what time of the year it is, and we know his contract status. And one of the Chicago scribes, after all the Cleveland scribes had kind of asked our questions to him yesterday, and we talked about how well he hits here and how much, and he says, "Look, I love coming here." Someone goes, "Well, would you want to play here next year?" He didn't say any words, but he kind of gave one of those shrugs and one of those looks, and he goes, "I'll go wherever they'll take me."
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. That's collusion. Do you want to play there? Sure. How much they got for me, pal? 2 or 3 years. What do you want? You know what? Exactly. He can't say anything in that situation. But you know what? He'll go where he's wanted. And if it's in Cleveland, he'll be very happy, I'm sure. He doesn't want to go anywhere, I'm sure.
He doesn't. He's told me that.
Yeah, I believe that. He's happy where he's at.
Andre, let's get to some housekeeping items here. Francisco Lindor not in the lineup tonight. He's been playing. I can't remember when he had a day off other than a normal day where the team didn't play.
Right. That was Thursday in Detroit.
This is just normal, just keep him fresh, right?
Yeah, it's normal maintenance for the most part. He's been feeling a little sick over the last couple of days, and Tito said he's been trying to find the right day to give him off because, as you said, he's played almost every single day since he's been up here. So this was just a day. Even Tito said even during the game yesterday, he went to him a couple times and said, "Hey, are you all right?" He doesn't want out of the lineup. He loves being here, but he told me, I don't know if you guys even heard the post-game interview we had Sunday in Detroit. He kind of admitted, he goes, "I'm a little run down, I'm a little tired." Yeah. So this is just a maintenance day. Give him the day completely off, and hopefully he'll wake up tomorrow, feel good, and go right back at it and maybe play the rest of the season.
Well, he's human. He needs a day off. I thought he would get a day off before today, to be honest with you, because he has been playing very well for a long period of time.
All right, I don't mean to put you on the spot, so forgive me if you don't have the information, but it was a late lineup change.
Yes.
Abraham Almonte goes out with some sort of a side problem, injury. Do we know anything there?
I don't have anything officially. I can kind of tell you what Tito told me because I don't want, and I'll have more when the game starts, hopefully. Sounds like he had something underneath his right arm. They didn't know what it was yet. Okay. They just said that he had some discomfort. It was right before I spoke to Tito about 2 hours ago. Tito goes, "When we know more, I'll tell you more." But it sounds like he went through everything else, batting practice, everything indoors. He probably could play with it, but they wanted to make sure they knew what it was. And this gives them an opportunity to put Michael Martinez out in center field, and he'll bat ninth. And, we've kind of talked about this. I think everyone has enjoyed watching Abe play, but they want to see what Michael Martinez can do around the infield and in the outfield. He made a great play in left field on Sunday in Detroit. So this is an opportunity, Matt, to see him in center field. And hopefully, knock on wood, nothing is too bad with Abe at this point in time. But it was more precaution from what I gathered a couple hours ago.
And, of course, the most important thing is the Indians getting Carlos Carrasco back tonight. He'll be on the hill when this game gets underway. And, again, for those of you who may have just joined us, tuning in late, wondering what's going on, the approach of threatening thunderstorms and showers is going to delay the start for at least an hour. They tell us that a strong line of thunderstorms is due here at about 7:30. Didn't want to start the game and then have to stop for 45 minutes to maybe an hour. So We're going to be at least an hour late getting started here tonight in Chicago. And when we have more information to pass on to you about that, we will. In the meantime, we'll step aside, take a break, come back with more from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago right after this. Michael Brantley will hit third. Ryan Rayburn, off that big day yesterday, will hit cleanup. Carlos Santana is fifth. Yan Gomes in the sixth spot. Chris Johnson, the DH, hitting seventh. Giovanni Urshela will bat eighth, and Michael Martinez gets the start in center field, and he'll bat ninth.
The Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher, Carlos Rodon. He is 22 years old, the left-hander, making his 21st start of the year. It'll be his third start against the Indians. He made his major league debut against Cleveland out of the bullpen. Remember, he came in on April 21st with the bases loaded and nobody out. He ended up going 2 1/3 innings in that ball game, and then a couple of starts after that against the Tribe. He's been pitching very well at home, 2-0 in his last 3 home starts. So we'll see. The Indians have done very well against left-handers this road trip. Let's set the defense behind him tonight. Brought to you by Ram. Cabrera's in left, Eaton in center, Thompson over in right. Holt at third, Ramirez at short, Sanchez at second, Abreu is at first, Brantley doing the catching.
Ryan Blackney will have the plate tonight. Eric Cooper is the crew chief. He's down at first base. Quinn Walcott is at second. Lance Barksdale is the third base umpire. Our window system's game time temperature is 72 degrees, 90% humidity. Might as well be 100 because it's raining straight down. But and it's not usual, Rick. It's not normal that you see a game start while it's actually raining.
Well, we sat around an hour waiting for the start, and it never rained a drop. So
should be in the fifth inning.
That's what
now.
they get. That's what they get for waiting.
So we're going to get this game underway as Jason Kipnis stands in. And Carlos Rodon's first pitch is right down Broadway for a strike. Kipnis right back to Rodon.
Ooh,
and
nice
he makes
pick.
a nice play on it.
He sure did.
He
picked it nicely.
Our window systems, or excuse me, our keys to the game are brought to you by Wayside Furniture, where the Indians hitters make Rodon get it in the zone. And how deep can Carrasco go? It's been a long time since he's been on the hill. Just in terms of, regular turn, August 21st.
Yeah, 18 days. Well, he'll get his chance.
Mike Aviles takes a ball inside.
Yeah, you can be patient with this guy. 64 walks for Rodon.
When we saw Carlos Rodon, he was making his major league debut back on April 21st, and Robin Ventura didn't do him any favors, brought him into a bases loaded situation.
He sure did.
Right back up the middle, and Aviles has the Indians' first hit of the night. But to Rodon's credit, he bounced back from that, and he's gotten himself into the starting rotation.
It's a little either cutter or a little breaking ball away that Aviles hits right back up the middle. You see, they were playing him over in the hole. So a 3-hopper gets through.
Michael Brantley only had one at bat yesterday, and it came late as a pinch hitter, and he punched a base hit through the left side of the infield. Low fastball, bottom of the zone for a strike. Brantley on the current road trip, 6 hits and 26 at bats. Down on the dirt, nicely picked by the catcher Jeff Brantley. Not Jeff Brantley, Rob Brantley. Thinking of the cowboy down in Cincinnati.
Michael Brantley's hitting and catching.
Michael Brantley's at the plate. And Rob Brantley's behind the plate. Well, Michael Brantley hit .406 in the month of August.
What a great month. And yeah, since the All-Star break, he's been One of the best, if not the.
And you mentioned it during our rain delay chat. He didn't have as many at bats, but Lonnie Chisenhall hit 403 in the month of August.
Right. He was a different person as well. Rodon, very tough against lefties this year. They're hitting 181 off him in 116 at bats.
Looks like the rain is all but stopped. Just a very light mist falling now. Here's the 1-2. And Brantley pops it foul. That's going to get out of play.
Does that mean we have to bring the tarp out? It stopped raining. We only play in the rain.
Stop it.
Come on. Got to get a couple shots out.
Yeah. No, it was. Hey, we've seen it too many times, and I know the guys here in the booth who cover the games on the crew, they've seen it more times than they'd care to admit as well. Everything points to, well, rain's coming. They pull the tarp out, and it doesn't rain. And I'm sure the groundskeeper feels bad. The weather guy who delivered the weather report, he feels bad. But as you said, you live by a big body of water. Good luck predicting what it's going to do.
Yeah, you don't know. Either it dissipates, it moves out, it never comes in. Who knows?
Rodon checks the signs with his catcher Brantley. And down at the feet of Michael Brantley. 2-2. Aviles short lead at first. The 2-2. And it's a little bit outside, full count. Michael's such a good eye and patient at the plate. He's able to lay off that breaking ball. Tantalizing, but he could spot it was going to be off the plate. See if he goes back to it. He got him to swing at it that time.
Well, he didn't give in, did he?
That was a little tighter, though. That didn't have as much loop to it.
That was a tighter break. And although it did go out of the zone, that's a tough one to lay off. He tightens it up. And there it goes, out of the strike zone. You rarely see Michael do that. Still worked him to get a full count.
So a runner at first with 2 down now for Ryan Rayburn. And the ball's in the dirt. Rayburn, despite the spotty playing time, has hit in 4 straight games. So he has 6 hits in his last 9 at bats. But that goes back to the last homestand. A little bit outside. .25% of his career home runs have come at the expense of the White Sox. Oh, high throw to first. Rayburn is out. And that will end the inning. No runs a hit. A man left. The White Sox are coming to bat when we come back. you by Toyota. Adam Eaton leading it off. Alexei Ramirez bats second. Jose Ramirez is third. Then Melky Cabrera, the switch hitter, batting cleanup. Great numbers in his career against Carrasco. Avisail Garcia, DH, hitting fifth. Trace Thompson will bat sixth. Then Rob Brantley, Mike Holt, and Carlos Sanchez.
And Carlos Carrasco is our Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher. He has not started since August 21st. That was in New York. He got a win, 6 2/3 innings, 5 hits, just the 1 run, 1 walk, and 11 strikeouts. 8-3 on the road this year. And his last 5 have been outstanding. 2-1 with a 136. Look at the opposition hitting, 134. And remember, in those starts, he has been down around the knees with everything. He's had a tough year against the White Sox. He's 1-2, but that win came in this ballpark.
Well, Carrasco, even with the time he's missed, tied with Danny Salazar for the team lead in victories with a dozen. And you think back to a year ago, Rick, his season really took off after the All-Star break.
Oh, he was lights out.
Might have been the best pitcher in the second half.
Well, he was 6-4 with a 172 across 10 starts.
172.
Yeah.
And we know that Corey Kluber was the best pitcher in baseball last year, but Carrasco was right there with him just for that half of the season.
Well, he never got into that rotation until it was in August. It was August 10th he went into the rotation in New York.
That's right.
When we went in there, and he was just lights out.
So it wasn't even a half a season.
You know, you look at it this year, he's 8-3 on the road, and he boasts the lowest batting average against, 186 of all major league pitchers on the road. So he's been very stingy.
2-2 pitch. And a foul back by Eaton. Of course, the Indians are very hopeful they'll get Corey Kluber back into the rotation. It's impressive what they've been able to do with the time that Carrasco has missed.
Well,
and then you couple that with Kluber going down.
Tomlin have stepped up. Anderson has stepped up. I mean, the young
Big
guys
time.
that you know that are vying for the number 5 spot have really stepped up. And it's funny because Trevor Bauer was going south, and it looked like he was heading south until yesterday when he got out of the second inning, and he hung on, and they ended up beating Chris Sale.
But you know what, as Trevor pointed out, it's not just the guys in the rotation. You look at that bullpen.
Yeah.
Sean Armstrong's been a nice shot in the arm for him. Gavin Floyd has done a terrific job. Not to mention the guys who've been taking their regular turns out of that pen all year long. Jeff Manship has eaten up a lot of innings. Austin Adams, Ryan Webb, the guys you don't hear a lot of. You know, we know Shaw, we know Cody Allen, McAllister. Those are the guys that get a lot of the regular work, but
they pitch when they're winning. Those two guys, the 8th and 9th. They've been looking for somebody to step up for a 7th inning guy.
Oh man, just missed and a full count. Carrasco thought he had a strike 3 here.
Check it out. Nissan pitch tracker didn't quite come back enough.
No.
Sometimes that 2-seamer will run back because his ball moves up boatload a ton. He'll get a feel for it.
In the air, left center. Michael Martinez, the center fielder tonight, calls for it and makes the catch. 1 away.
Well, let's set that Tribe defense for you. Brought to you by Ram. In the outfield, Brantley is in left. Martinez, as we just saw, was in center. Rayburn in right. It'll be Urshela at third, Aviles at short. Kipnis is at second, Santana at first, with Gomes doing the catching.
Alexei Ramirez. You know, it's funny, Rick. I don't know if you saw it, but when we were on the bus waiting to leave yesterday, Ramirez walked out, and the White Sox players walk out right where the Indians team buses are located here at U.S. Cellular Field. He walked out just a pair of shorts on.
Shorts and flips.
He looked like he was a flamingo walking across to his car.
Yeah.
Just these little spindly legs. It's amazing. This is a Major League Baseball player, and there's nothing to the guy.
There isn't, and he plays every day.
Every day.
And he easily squeezed into his Ferrari that was sitting.
Yeah, that's right. Guy in a flamingo legs getting into a Ferrari.
I'm telling you, I watched it the last time we were here. He always wears those flip-flops, so I'm sure the spike's still his feet. He plays every day. I'm telling you, he's about as late as you can get.
Well, our man Andre would look good in a Ferrari. Let's go downstairs to him.
Oh, that sounds good. You know what the team is looking for with Carlos Carrasco? He's probably going to throw 75 to 80 pitches today. They said he's looked good in his bullpen session, so they don't think he's going to miss anything. But 75 to 80 pitches tonight, guys.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And I would.
Well, Andre, the one thing we know about Carrasco, he didn't have to go so quickly, by the way.
Well, no kidding.
Is
he eat the mic?
He can be efficient.
He can be efficient. I know that at first at bat took up a lot of pitches. Look, he didn't want to go on the DL, by the way. He still felt like he could keep pitching. So I think he was hungry to get back out here. Remember, I told you guys, he knows the numbers of how many starts he has left. He wants to win every last single one of them.
Well, hey, not to throw cold water on the party because the Indians, they're still in the thick of this thing, but they don't have many missteps left. If they're going to make to the wild card game, it's not that they have to win every game, but they can't afford many losses. So for Carrasco to come out and say, hey, I want to win every, they may need him to win every start if they're going to have aspirations of getting into that wild card spot. Jose Abreu 0 for 4 yesterday.
They have to go on a run.
Now the 1-2. Swung out and missed. He struck him out. 1-2-3 go the White Sox. We are scoreless after 1 in Chicago.
On your smartphone or tablet, you can stay connected with live radio broadcasts, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Carlos Santana will lead off for the Indians here in inning number 2. That goes to the backstop for ball 1. Santana was hitless in 4 trips yesterday. It was one of those games yesterday, not a lot of offense. We told you about Trevor Bauer, how well he pitched. The Indians, hey, 3 solo home runs, and you're not going to figure to get much more than that against Chris Sale anyway.
Right.
Santana, I don't mean 3 home runs, but I'm saying 3 hits. You get 3 hits off Sale, you feel like, okay, we got our hits. But they just happen to hit 3 home runs to win it.
Well, Santana gets one right down the middle. They took advantage of it. Didn't miss that. Hits it to left field. Leadoff single. That's second hit for the Indians.
Yan Gomes steps in. I was listening to that conversation we played during the rain delay that I had with Yan back in spring training. I'd forgotten him talking about sort of the mentality he takes at the plate. You know, they always tell you, whatever you give us offensively as a catcher is a bonus. Your job is to catch the other pitcher, focus on that. And he told me that essentially that sort of helps you as a hitter because you're not worrying about all the things that a normal hitter would worry about.
Well, you know, when you first come up, I think it helps you because you're not expected to do much. You know, you may get a lot of fastballs, and then they start pitching to you when they realize, you know, he's a Silver Slugger award winner for that position. He ended up, you know, driving the ball, hitting for power. So now they're going to start making adjustments, and they're going to start really focusing on him. I thought it would be a big year for him in that middle part of the lineup to drive in runs, the kind of year he had last year. Unfortunately, he was hurt early in the year, and it cost him 6 weeks, and he's been playing catch up ever since.
Well, he's got, obviously, like any athlete, he has his own expectations, what he thinks he should be doing, and you can see it. You can see the frustration that boils over in him at times because he wants to succeed every time he's up there.
When you have a year like he had last year, to improve upon that, it takes a lot. And everything's got to go your way. And, you know, sometimes you do. You try too hard. And you can see it in him. He gets runners in scoring position. He really wants to get the job done. He's just got to learn to relax a little bit. Take a deep breath and just be yourself.
The 2-2. Cut it down and in on him. And a strikeout for Rodon, his second of the night. One away here in inning number 2.
There you go. That's a back foot slider. Good tight slider by Rodon to get the strikeout. That's the tough one that the righties are going to have to lay off from this guy tonight. That pitch right there, that's a wipeout pitch.
Well, here's Chris Johnson. Well, that pitch came up and in on him. Almost caught him in the rib cage. Andre talked with Chris before the game. We played that interview during our rain delay as well. And Chris mentioned the fact that the worst thing in the world, you come over to a new team, you want to be there, you want to play, you want to show people that you can be counted on. And he ends up getting bitten by a spider at some point, and then that bite got infected, which forced him to have to go on to the disabled list. But I tell you what, when he's played, Rick, he's had success.
Yeah, he finds his way of getting hits. He goes the other way.
Yesterday, he faced Chris Sale 3 times, and he told Andre that first time, he said he made me look, quote, dumb. He said he went to work on him pretty good. But then he said he's got a bunch of different changeups. And I think it was that 4th inning he just fought one off, broke his bat, and blooped it into right field. Then he doubled to the opposite field in the 6th inning.
Well, you know, and he's facing guys, you know, for the first time. There's
smashed into right field, a base hit for Johnson.
That's why he can hit for average. He's not afraid to take the ball the other way. And they were playing him up in double play situation. He had a lot of room to that side, and he just slaps it that way, so he gets another base hit. Nice job. And that pitch was elevated. That helped him out going that way. Sanchez could not get over there. He was about a step short. So now it's 1st and 2nd with 1 out.
He has definitely sprayed the ball.
Yeah, that's pretty even. You throw him a breaking ball and hang it, he'll turn on it, he can pull it.
Giovanni Urshela. Gio had a day yesterday that could only be described as personally frustrating. He hit a ball right on the screws his first time up, and Melky Cabrera made a diving catch in left field. And then the next 2 times up, he hammered the ball once to center, once to right, and they caught him all 3 times.
Well, that happens sometimes. These fielders, that's a nice running catch right there. They've been out there for 100 years. They tracked that one down. And then here he hits one to right. So he tried every outfielder, and he couldn't beat any of them. But I'll tell you what, I mean,
struck him out with an elevated fastball at 95, and there are 2 down. Third strikeout for Rodon. Well, Michael Martinez, not in the original starting lineup, but he got the start when Abraham Almonte was a late scratch. And Martinez he's done a terrific job. So many of these guys that have come up have stepped right in and contributed, like Almonte. Remember Almonte's first game? It was epic against the Minnesota Twins. 4 hits, 2 doubles, a home run. Martinez, much the same way, has come right in. And hit everything in sight. And the reason Almonte is out of the lineup tonight, if you hadn't heard earlier, an infected hair follicle. I'm assuming it was on his side, near his torso, is what, because Andre said originally thought that was under his right arm.
Yeah, throwing arm.
One ball, 2 strikes.
The good thing it's September. You get guys that, if they have a little issue right there, you've got somebody else you can plug into play.
Check the swing, and it's fouled up the right side. Carlos Santana at second. Chris Johnson at first. Low, 2-2. Carlos Rodon, born in Miami. Went to North Carolina State. That pitch is inside a full count.
See, that ball took off, and Brantley did a nice job to stab it.
Rodon was one of the most highly touted prospects in baseball coming into the season.
Well, that's why they rushed him to the big leagues, much like they did Chris Sale.
Well, I'm not sure anybody thought he'd be bang here in April, but that's how it played out.
Yes, it did. And when we mentioned it, when he brought him in against us with bases loaded, nobody out, you're bringing a rookie making his major league debut into a situation like that. And he was a little wild early.
Yeah.
Because he was overthrowing.
Runners go on a 3-2 pitch, and look out in the crowd. And as Martinez, a little emergency swing to fight it off.
Well, that's good. Fouling him off, making him work.
Rob Brantley goes out. Rodon had set a school record at North Carolina State with 436 strikeouts. Only the 4th pitcher in ACC history to get to the 400 strikeout mark. Again, the runners will be moving on the 3-2 pitch. Another foul back.
Well, look at that. I mean, he has peppered it all over. He's even brushed him back a couple of times inside, and this kid is putting up a quality at bat, making him work hard. Trying to extend the inning.
Another foul back.
He's tried fastballs. That's a slider.
Yeah, we were rolling down Michigan Avenue, headed back to the hotel after the game yesterday, and there was a guy pulled up next to the bus.
Oh, how about that?
He had the
green?
Sweetest green convertible. I don't know what kind of car it was, but
it was like a big old Oldsmobile or something, convertible.
Giant
wheels.
Well, Michael Martinez.
It had snakeskin interior.
Michael was standing up on the bus. He was eyeballing that thing. I thought he was going to get off and offer the guy some money for it.
It looked like the limo Joe drives.
The 3-2 again. Bounce towards third. Oh, drops the ball. No interference. It was both Santana and Oak were almost doing a tango as they went by each other. And Robin Ventura is going to come out and talk to third base umpire Lance Barksdale.
He didn't interfere with him. The
no
runner
contact.
The runner has a right to the baseline, and he's got to give the defender room, which he did. But Olt went into the glove to do it. I mean, he caught it, and I think it surprised him. You're allowed to try and block it. And it's just an error. That's his fault. You make the play, you go to first base. You know the runners are going. Don't look at second. He had it, and on the transfer, he just
dropped it.
Right.
Dropped it.
He had it, and he tried to pat the glove. The minute he did that, that's what he dropped it. He had the ball cleanly. He was going to first base. That's just an easy error. He's going to try and get interference, but it certainly was not. He got out of the way.
And you can also see that there was nothing intentional on Santana's part. It was like if you've ever walked down a hallway and somebody's coming the other way, you kind of do that. I'm going left, you're going left. And then eventually you get around.
How many times do you see guys on second base on a bouncer sort of like try and jump over the ball to distract the fielder between first and second, between second and third? That's legal. That was not interference. He had the ball in his glove and he dropped it when he tried to hit the ball out of the glove. So let's go, Robin. You can't check anything out here.
He's kind of hurting his own cause anyway, because it's his pitcher that's standing out here having to wait through all this.
Well, the Indians are getting an extra out here, so see if they can take advantage of it.
So it'll be an error on Mike Olt.
Right.
And the bases are loaded. And now Don Cooper's going to come out.
He wants to go talk to his kid. Yeah. Settle him down. Just a 22-year-older. And Robin knows he was a third baseman. There was no interference there. Watch Santana sort of take his look and slow down, get out of the way. There was nothing there.
He just flat drops the ball here. I mean, that's the biggest problem.
Right.
He holds on to it. He probably still gets him out.
He does. Just an error.
All right, so top of the order, Jason Kipnis with 2 outs. Can he deliver a big 2-out hit to get the Indians on the board early? Kipnis on the year, a .313 hitter with runners in scoring position. Now the set and the 1-0, and it almost hit him up and in. A little off-speed pitch, I think. And Brantley wants to go out for a chat. How many times are they going to talk to this poor guy?
Well, they've really slowed the tempo of his game down. He had the 3rd out, and then they stayed out there and talked to the umpire. The pitching coach came out and talked to him, and now he's thrown 2 balls in a row. Not close.
Meanwhile, Jason's trying to find his stroke again at the plate.
Well, no better place than Chicago for him.
Inside 3-0.
He may not even have to find his stroke in this at-bat.
Bases loaded, 2 out, 3-0 pitch. Just barely caught the outside corner with that fastball. 35 career games here in Chicago for Kipnis, the Chicagoland area native, and he's done quite well. Bounces this one foul. Another fastball, and it's a full count. Well, again, the runners will get a head start here. Santana, Johnson, and Martinez. Martinez runs very well at first. The payoff pitch is fouled back. Rodon, it's been a lengthy inning for him. Again, the 3-2. And a one-hop smash to second. Sanchez from the outfield grass throws him out.
Wow, give him credit. Comes back from 3-0.
gets out of the inning. Indians leave them loaded. No score after the middle of the second.
When the Indians return home from this road trip, and the Tigers will be in town. Post-game fireworks are going to be presented by Wayside Furniture after the ball game. So check out Indians.com for your tickets.
Melky Cabrera will lead off for the White Sox here in the second. Carrasco with a fastball in there for strike one. Swung and missed at a breaking ball in the dirt, and the count quickly 0-2. This is a Chicago White Sox team that, look, overall, you look at their record, they're only 2 games worse than where the Indians are at right now. But they've been a hard team to figure out all season long. They had really high expectations coming in with the offseason moves they made. Feel like they bolstered their team, their lineup. 0-2 pitch down low. But just since the All-Star break, listen to these numbers. They came out of the break, they lost 5 out of 6. Then they won 7 in a row, and then lost 5 out of 6 again. Then they swept the Angels and lost 5 out of 6 again.
Yeah, no consistency.
Just missed with a fastball.
Well, offensively, they've been challenged. They're 14th in the league, second to last in runs scored, home runs, walks.
The home runs is the puzzling thing.
Well, that's what they thought. This is they've always lived with the long ball here in this ballpark because it's a pretty good hitter's park.
Breaking ball down and in. He got him to chase it. Second strikeout for Carrasco. 1 down.
Let's make this our Circle K strikeout of the game. A vicious Carrasco slider gets the left-hander to swing over the top, and again he's getting that ball down. The first inning he had a couple of pitches up, even though he went 1, 2, 3. But I've been surprised. The last 5 starts he's had, he has been pounding the ball down in the strike zone, getting a lot of ground ball outs. When he gets ahead, his stuff is so good he can get a lot of strikeouts as well. For Carrasco, he has 175 on the year.
Avisail Garcia swings and lines it just beyond the reach of Mike Aviles. Well, he's swinging at everything he sees.
Well, against Carrasco, he will. That's his first career hit. He's now 1 for 10. Coming into the game, he was 0 for 9 against Carrasco, and this one just out of the reach of Aviles at short.
Only 3 players have taken a lower percentage of pitches on the season than Garcia. I mean, that's how aggressive he is when it comes to
who are they?
Marlon Byrd, Adam Jones, and Billy Burns out in Oakland.
Okay. Burns a leadoff guy. His job is to get on base. Adam Jones, he's a good power guy, one of the best players in the league. And he's that aggressive, huh?
Yeah, you would think a leadoff guy wouldn't be among those.
Burns is a rookie. He's done a nice job, but yeah, you're right. You wouldn't figure.
Here's Trace Thompson. Got 1 pinch hit appearance in yesterday's ball game. If I remember right, it was a good at bat because Cody Allen made him look bad with a couple of breaking balls. But then he got one.
The third breaking ball, he ended up staying on it, and he sort of broke his bat and went to right field. But it was the 3rd breaking ball in a row after he pulled off of it. And he looks like a fastball hitter, but you have to at least show him one. Doesn't have to be for a strike. In there, see that? He tried to get in there with a fastball, and he hit it into the hole. So he's a dead red hitter, and he's 2 for 2 against the Indians.
Back-to-back singles here in the 2nd.
He reacts inside, and that was a good pitch too. That's a strike, but you can see he can cover that part of the plate. For a big guy, he brought the hands in nicely.
Family pickup game's got to be a little rugged in that household.
Yeah.
And he might be the runt of the litter, huh? Trace is 6'3". His brother Clay, of course, with the Golden State Warriors. His another brother played for the Cavaliers, and his dad, Michael Thompson, played 14 years in the NBA.
Yeah. Pretty athletic family, huh?
The pitch. Deep right. Back is Rayburn. He's out of room, and it's out of here into the bullpen. Rob Brantley. That's his first hit of the year. He was 0 for 4, so it's only the 3rd game he's played, but his first hit is a memorable one. A 3-run homer to stake the White Sox to the early lead.
Well, you knew as soon as it left the bat, he put a good swing on it and got the barrel out in front. He challenged him with a fastball. And there it goes. Good swing. And that's a 3-pointer. So Chicago will play from in front.
And now Mike Olt, swing and a miss at the first pitch.
That is a 15th homer given up by Carlos.
Now a 1-1 to Olt. Chopped to short of Aviles. Will set and throw. 2 down. Today's injury report brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Nathan Eovaldi, right elbow inflammation, shut down at least 2 weeks, so that's going to put him right there towards the end of the season. And J.J. Hardy coming off the DL for Baltimore. The Orioles, they have really fallen off the pace, losing 8 of their last 10, 3 in a row coming into today.
Yeah, they have. You're right. That's a team over the last 3 or 4 years they've been right there.
Carlos Sanchez with 2 down and the bases empty. Looks at ball 1 outside. Well, if Carrasco can hold him right there, the Indians have a great chance, because when they hold the opposition to 3 runs or less on the road this year, they're 33-7.
Well, the thing about it, though, remember he's in there for about 75 pitches, was it?
Right.
Thereabouts. So
70,
he's
75.
This will be pitch number 30. He's at 30 right now.
Missed outside, and it's 3-0 with the number 9 hitter. And a 4-pitch walk keeps the inning alive. Takes us to the top of the order, and Adam Eaton. Adam Eaton yesterday went 0 for 3. Caught the corner that time, strike 1. Runner goes, swing and a miss, and Gomes couldn't get a handle on it. Not sure if the follow through affected him or not.
You know, I don't think he could get it out of his glove. He had it to get up, and he got himself his feet set. And watch on the transfer, he just didn't have it in his glove. See, it was in the webbing. Just he wanted to flip it out to his bare hand. Couldn't get it there. It's stuck in his glove. So it'll go as a stolen base.
Now the 0-2. Oh,
yes,
what a
did.
pitch. That was wicked. Eaton strikes out, third K for Carrasco. But Rob Brantley, his first hit of the year, is a big one. 3-0 Chicago. The Indians offense started with a solo home run off Chris Sale. Just brought the hands in.
0-2 pitch. How about that? Just reacting in. You know, protecting. That goes to show you that you put a short swing on it. That pitcher will supply the power, and that was a pretty short swing.
Pitch outside, ball 1. Well, speaking of Chris Sale, who started that game yesterday for Chicago and gave up the 3 solo home runs, but not much other than that. He's now just 23 strikeouts from tying the franchise single season record. But I really liked hearing his comments after the game, and I think he's one of those guys that you would have loved playing with. I think anybody would love to have him on their team, because he said afterwards, look, quote, you don't get to the playoffs with fancy numbers. You get there by wins.
Yeah. I witnessed a lot of his quotes when he was going through that 8-game streak where he had 10 or more strikeouts.
Yeah.
And he lost some games 2-1 and things like that. He says, hey, look, I don't care about the strikeouts. I care about the wins, the W next to my name, not the strikeouts. And that's all you can, you can do it. We talk about it, the media prints it, how good it looks and things like that, but it's about the wins and losses.
Yeah. There was a reporter yesterday, Rick, that was asking him questions, and the reporter had obviously covered the postseason at one time, and he had the lanyard that had postseason baseball on it.
Yeah.
And Sale pointed to the guy's lanyard and said, that's what we all want. We want to play in the playoffs. It's about getting to October.
Right. That's the ultimate goal for every organization that play it.
And that's why for the Indians right now, where they're at, where the White Sox hoped to be, was to play meaningful baseball in the month of September. Have something to fight for. The Indians do. The problem is when you're in their position, there's just
no room for error.
Wiggle room.
Right. There's no room for error, because you get yourself into that position where every game's a playoff game. To keep it going is what it turns out to be. And did you say last week Kevin Cash has got to manage all these games? Well, they're ahead of the Indians, so Terry's got to be doing it the same way. Hey, got to manage every game like it's a playoff game to get to the next day.
Well, they were ahead of the Indians, but they fell behind by half game after last night, and they're in a wild one with Detroit. Tigers have just gone ahead of Tampa 7-6 in the 8th inning now.
All right.
We're actually rooting for the Tigers tonight.
I don't know if I could ever root for the Tigers. Don't say that.
Here's the 0-2.
I know what you're saying.
It's down low. Ryan Rayburn with 2 monster homers yesterday. Fouls this one back. This is how it looks up to the moment. The Angels and Twins directly ahead of the Indians. Texas is the team they're chasing. The Yankees have a 5-game lead.
The thing of it is, too, Texas not out of that Western Division either. They're trailing Houston now by just 2 games.
Yeah.
So they're still in it. The Angels are 5.5 games out. They're playing the Dodgers.
Boy, Rodon comes out after the 3-run homer and goes 1-2-3 against the Tribe. Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here on the south side of Chicago, we were an hour late getting started tonight. Radar looked bad. They were expecting rain. Frankly, just never came.
Well, that's old time. Old school start times, 8 o'clock. Most ballparks used to be 7:30. New York, bigger cities would be 8 o'clock for, work traffic and everything to get there.
Did you have fewer day games during the week back then, too?
Oh, yeah. There were no day games. Yeah.
Except on like Sundays.
Sundays would be doubleheaders a lot of times. So, you'd have your scheduled doubleheaders, and a lot of times Mondays were your off days, as they are now. Mondays and Thursdays. But, yeah, fewer day games. Absolutely. And, there was no, you're on the West Coast and you're going to play a day game. So you get home. You get home 7:30 in the morning the next day. 7:30, 8 o'clock, because it was a night game.
It's funny when you think about the dynamic and how it's changed as far as how you get the game to the customers. Back then, there was no satellite TV, cable TV. When you first started playing, cable TV had maybe just barely started.
No, there'd be over the air on Channel 8 or something like that. Or they'd have.
So the night games were because that's when people could get to the game. Most people had jobs, they worked, so you play at night so they could get to the game. Now they want to play night games because people are home and they can turn on the TV and watch the game.
Well, the thing of it is, too, but then you get to the playoffs or the World Series, you'd have day games so the kids could watch it.
Yeah.
Because how many kids used to take their radio and their earpiece in to listen to the ball games when they were on, and now they start them too late, and everybody, they say the kids can't see them.
Ramirez goes down swinging. Fourth K for Carlos Carrasco, one away here in the third inning. Our player profile brought to you by Levin Furniture. Carlos Carrasco came to the Indians. God, you forget now. You think back. Came for Cliff Lee from the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yes, he did.
And
it took him a while to mature.
Yeah.
It sure did. And, everybody thought he was out of options as far as getting chances to start. Started to pitch well out of the bullpen, but got a chance last year and, boy, resurrected his career.
He's undergone a full transformation, not only from the physical sense as a pitcher, but from the maturity standpoint. When we saw him as a young pitcher, there was no denying the talent in his right arm. But what was between the ears was, frankly, a little unsettling. Abreu just golfs that pitch out of here. He went down and in and just dropped the barrelhead and smoked it sky high to left. Second home run of the night for Chicago. That's number 26 for Abreu. And the White Sox now lead it 4-0.
Let's check out the location. That looked like a changeup, down and in. It is. He was gripping it like it was a change. He turned it over, down and in, and like you said, he golfed it because he hit it high, and he knew it as soon as it left the bat.
Now Melky Cabrera struck out, his only time up. Fastball up and away. But we remember back to early in Carrasco's career, something like that would happen, a home run. He might throw the next pitch up and in and hit a guy.
Oh, yeah, he was very emotional.
Yeah, and it got the better of him, and he had to pay the price. He was suspended, and he had to work through a lot of his own, I think, mental emotions and deal with it, the failures, the ups and downs. But through it all, he's come out of it. Not only is he a better pitcher, but I think he's a better teammate. He's a better person overall. Left-hander Giovanni Soto getting loose. Carrasco's only at 45 pitches. But the 2 home run balls have put the Indians in a 4-0 hole. Well, and that could be just a case of missing all that time to command.
Exactly what I'm going to say. When you miss a few starts, and it's 18 days since his last start, you just don't jump right back into the fold and be right where you were. There's a feel for everything. So he missed a little time, and I'll guarantee that changeup, he's got to get a feel for the slider. Slider seemed to be down tonight, but it takes a little while to get back going again. They jumped him with the fastball. A rookie, Brantley, hit a three-pointer, and then that little changeup down and into Abreu, who's just a good hitter to begin with.
Got him to chase that breaking ball last time up to strike him out. This time he's laying off it. Melky Cabrera, not the same player, not the same hitter he was earlier in his career, but he's been around long enough to know you fool me once, okay.
Yeah.
The second time around,
they make adjustments. Well, and he's had great numbers against Carrasco in his career coming in. He was .500 hitter.
And fastball missed up and away. One on, one out. Avisail Garcia to the plate. Garcia jumped the first pitch and lined a single to left.
Let's see if he throws him a nice quality two-seamer and see if he can jump this first pitch into a double play.
Garcia doesn't like to wait around long.
That's why I said first pitch.
He swung at it but fouled it back. Garcia now 3 for 4 in the series. Just a little low with that fastball, and it's 1-1. You can just see Garcia is such a big guy, stands close to the plate, so he's got tremendous plate coverage. It's almost like he goes up there. He's got the confidence to know if it's anywhere close first pitch, I can get to it, which is probably why he swings a lot of first pitches.
Yeah.
It might not be a perfect strike, but he knows he can get to it and maybe do something with it. That's a strike. Now, most hitters, that would be a ball, but he's so on top of the plate. Look how close he is to the plate. And
hands are right on the inside corner.
You know, it might feel like it's inside, but that's actually on the dish.
Well, you know what? I think he felt that was high instead of inside.
Could be. Chased a breaking ball in the dirt and strikes him out. Number 5 for Carrasco. Let's go down to Andre Nato more on Trace Thompson, who we talked before about the family pickup games in the driveway had to be pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I heard you say that he may be the run of the family. Not to take anything away from it, but back on August 25th, he drove in 3 runs and fell a triple short of the cycle. After that game that night, his brother, Clay Thompson, tweeted out, "I hate to admit it, but Trace might be the best overall athlete in the family."
How about that?
Well, hitting the baseball is one of the toughest things to do in all the sports. I will say that.
Buddy Bell's the one that told me many years ago. Buddy's been with the Indians organization, of course, now with the White Sox organization for a long time. He told me when the ball is, and he was a good athlete. He could play a lot of sports when he was coming up as a kid.
Right.
He said to me, when the ball is put in play, for him, baseball is the fastest sport there is. Because there's so much that goes on, so much you have to know, react to, think about.
Yeah. The game moves the fastest.
It does, and you don't realize when you just sit back and watch it as a fan. You don't quite appreciate that until you go down there and either try to call a game or play it?
Well, just like you say, you watch it once it's put into play. There's always something happening. You're supposed to be moving everywhere. And no matter where you're playing, the ball could be hit on the other side of the field. You have something to do that's on the opposite side of the field as well, depending on the situation. It takes a while to get it going, but once it starts, you know, in between pitches, that's why the pitchers dictate the tempo of the ball game.
2-1, swung on and missed.
There's nothing worse than you see a pitcher working when they get runners on base. It's 20-30 seconds in between pitches. You love watching pitchers that grab the ball, and their defenders like playing behind guys that work quickly.
Now the 2-2. Gets away from Gomes. He did everything he could. That's a tough one. It either sticks in your chest protector or it kicks away.
Did you see what he did? He was upset with himself because it didn't hit exactly where he wanted to. He just smacked himself on the leg because he tried to get his body over there, and he knew it hit either his arm. Look at it. He dogged it. You know, he wanted to.
You're right. It's like it caught him in the armpit, Rick, instead of the chest protector.
It didn't hit him where he wanted to.
Well, now the count is full on Trace Thompson. And the payoff pitch is low, ball 4.
Tell you, this kid looks like he can swing the bat pretty well up at the plate.
We've got an idea what he's doing.
His third at bat in the series.
A rough inning, and here comes Terry Francona. I think that's probably it. He usually doesn't come out for messages or chats, so yeah, he's made the move.
Yes, he has.
So Carrasco only goes 2 2/3 in his return to the rotation here tonight. He's charged with 4 runs on 4 hits, and he's responsible for the 2 on base. The Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen is for the left-hander Giovanni Soto, who's coming on when we come back.
Season is winding down, so you don't want to miss the Indians and Tigers on Saturday. That'll take place September 12th. 10,000 fans get a Terry Francona scooter bobblehead. That's courtesy of Meritech. All fans can enjoy post-game fireworks. Go to Indians.com for the tickets.
Here's Giovanni Soto. He's made 1 appearance. He's made 1 pitch. Came on in Detroit. Threw 1 pitch, got 1 out.
It had to bring him on. He was a little tired after that.
That's what Terry said after the game.
Looked a little tired to me.
Foul back to the screen. Soto came to the Indians, ironically enough, from Detroit in the Johnny Peralta deal.
In 7 years of minor league baseball, he has a career ERA of 3.10 in 167 games. A little bit outside. Rob Brantley clobbered the big 3-run homer in the second inning. Takes the down low. White Sox have 2 on, both via the walk. And a 2-1 from Soto. Right to Aviles, and the shortstop flips it over to end the inning. Another home run, though, for Chicago. Jose Abreu goes deep, and the White Sox lead it 4-0. Hashtag STO Data Strong Fan for a chance to have one of your photos shown during an upcoming telecast. It's all courtesy of T-Mobile. 4th inning, Indians down 4. Carlos Santana has one of the Indians' 3 hits tonight against Carlos Rodon, the rookie starter for the White Sox. The left-hander has retired 4 in a row. Best chance the Indians had in this game came in the second inning when Santana led off with a single. He would reach third after a single by Chris Johnson, and the ground ball that Michael Martinez hit to third that resulted in an error. The Indians had him loaded with 2 outs, but Jason Kipnis hit a hard shot to second that resulted in the final out of the inning. 1 down. Yan Gomes coming up, struck out his only time to the plate in the second inning. You know, I asked Yan too in that interview we did back in spring training about the myth that I'd always heard that catchers tend to call, especially when it's a situation. Well, what pitch do you go with here? The catchers will call what they can't hit. And he said to me, he's like, well, he goes, in that instance, I think I've got the kind of confidence. I think I can hit any pitch. Lines this one right into the second baseman's glove, Sanchez. I thought that's a good attitude to have. You can't doubt yourself. You got to feel like, hey, I can hit anything they throw up there.
Well, that's true, and it all comes down. You can call whatever you want for a pitcher. If he doesn't locate it and execute his pitch, then it doesn't matter what you call a lot of times. You know.
But you've heard that before. Well, he calls a slider here because he can't hit it.
He can't hit it right now, so he's going to call for a slider. And you know, it always happens when somebody hits a slider out of the ballpark. You know what I mean? It's a bad one. It's not located well.
Right.
That's what they say. It's a cruel game.
Well, the other thing that Jan said to me is like, look, it's not so much what he goes. Look, you take yourself out of the equation because what does that guy throw? What's his pitch?
Right.
You're not going to call the same pitch for a Corey Kluber as you might for a Kyle Crockett, but you've got to work with all those guys.
Yeah, you got to know everybody. You got to know what stuff is working at night. You know, you've got to work them into situations.
Johnson drives one to deep right field. Thompson, though, gets back on the track to pull it down. And the inning is over, and Carlos Rodon cruising here. He's retired 7 in a row.
But he took his eye off it and ran to a spot. Boom, there you'll see his back. He looks back up and turns right into it and made it look easy. But he was able to take his eye off it before he picked it back up. Right into it. Good play.
Good looking young player for the White Sox. Speaking of good looking young player, Tyler Saladino, who we saw earlier this year with the White Sox playing third base. In fact, a couple of weeks ago on that Plays of the Week show,
yeah,
he made a play at third base. I swear, he leaped into the air to the hole at shortstop. He was perpendicular to the ground, completely airborne,
Superman,
and made a catch. It was unbelievable. But we haven't seen him in this series because they picked up Mike Olt just recently, and Olt's been playing at third base in the first 2 games of the series. So Saladino there on your right sits and waits. Swung on and missed. Now the 2-1. Hit high in the air. Right field. Rayburn moving over on the track and now backing up to the wall. He makes the catch and tells the fans about it, giving him a hard time on the other side of the chain link fence. One away.
That's back in the bullpen sports bar, and you can see they got the chain link. And this ball does funny things in this town. I don't care if the wind's blowing or not. They call it the Windy City for a reason. That thing came back a little bit on Ryan. He wanted to just say a little hello to everybody out there.
Yeah, thanks for all your help.
Yeah. They were probably trying to call him off.
Carlos Sanchez takes ball one outside from Giovanni Soto. High pop on the infield. Urshela calling for it. 2 down. We're back on the road to glory. Week 3 of the high school football season. A couple of 2-0 teams will square off as the Madison Blue Streaks go on the road to take on the Perry Pirates in a non-conference county showdown. Jeff Phelps, Frank Stams, Ryan Cavanaugh have the action Friday at 11 on Sports Time Ohio. Adam Eaton shows bunt, takes ball 1 up and away. Ohio State was impressive in their opener last night, beating Virginia Tech 42-24. The 1-0 pitch. Strike to the outside corner. Braxton Miller, who was the quarterback, is now pretty special wherever they put him on the field.
Did you see that spin move? And he didn't stop. He was at full speed.
That was impressive. The 1-1 pitch. Hammy told me as we were coming over on the bus, he said he heard a commentator say after the first quarter Cardell Jones was leading the Heisman Trophy voting. After the second quarter it was Ezekiel Elliott, and by the third quarter it was Braxton Miller. Now the 2-1. Eaton smashes one, might have hit the side of the mound, carry him right to Aviles, who buggy whips it over to end the inning. The White Sox go 1-2-3. We go to the 5th, 4-0 Chicago. Ohio Honda dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. Well, after the rain blew through, which wasn't here long, it's turned out to be a beautiful evening. Last night, it was just smoldering, humid, hot.
Yeah.
But now, very nice. Unfortunately for the Indians, not so nice between the lines tonight. They're down by a score of 4-0, and they have just 3 hits. And Rodon is settling in, having set down 7 straight. Down in the dirt. Down low. The 2-1. That's in the dirt. 3 balls and a strike. Maybe all the Indians need is a little opening.
Well, you just need to get a base runner on it. Wouldn't hurt to get your leadoff man aboard.
Out of play at a full count.
Every time Rodon has been behind in the count, he's been able to come back. In that second inning when he had Kipnis down, he was ahead the count. Kipnis was 3-0. He ended up coming back and getting the 3rd out. He has walked 64. He hasn't walked anybody tonight.
And he strikes out Urshela. He comes back. He's done that a couple of times tonight. He's been behind in the count, but he comes back to get him. And that's strikeout number 5. Let's get on to Andre, who has more on Michael Martinez as he comes to the plate.
Something interesting about Michael Martinez. Around May 15th, he had the worst average in the International League, as he was hitting about 150. By the time he was called up, guys, he was 11th overall in the International League, so he obviously came on strong late. Also defensively, he only had 30 games out in center field this year, but he had 15 starts, and it sounds like he gets great reads. Doesn't have a great huge arm, but he makes the throws that he needs to make, and doesn't look like an infielder when he throws it in.
He smokes this one to deep center field. Eaton racing back. He won't get it. He's going to one-hop the wall, and Michael will cruise into second base with a 1-out double. Well, they were playing him shallow, and Rick, he absolutely crushed that ball.
Yes, he did. He smoked it right over his head. He put a good swing on that pitch out over the plate and gives it a ride. I'll tell you, Eaton had no chance. He's just going to say, doggone it. And that short hops the wall right out there at 400 feet. So he gave it a good ride.
I think Rodon knew the minute it left his hand, it was going right down the middle of the plate, not where he had intended it to. But even with that, he probably didn't expect Martinez to hit it almost 400 feet to straightaway center field. Now Jason Kipnis, who's 0 for 2 on the night. He's grounded out twice. Indians looking for some kind of spark. And that's outside, ball 1. And a strike called. You know, the Indians offense, it's been better, but it still has its ups and downs. I mean, just on this road trip alone, you know, R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer, that was you know, that's going to happen. They only got the 1 run there, but the night before against Toronto, only 2 runs. They were shut out by Alfredo Simon in Detroit. Not a guy you would expect would shut him out, even though he's beaten him.
They beat Verlander on this trip.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
you just don't know what you're going to get.
Well, in those games, you're not going to score many runs. They beat Sale. They scored 3.
Yep.
You know, 50% of their games, they've scored 3 runs or less, and that's a lot like a lot of teams in baseball. To me, when you have the solid pitching, you just got to find ways to win the 1-run games and to win the low-scoring games.
Kipnis gets into one, hits it to fairly deep right field, but Trace Thompson backpedals and makes the catch. And boy, he had him played perfectly. He was a good, I'll bet he was 100 feet off the line.
Well, that's good scouting right there, figuring he's not going to pull it right down the line. And he was toward right center field. Season tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. Today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Carrasco. Visit Indians.com/season tickets for complete details.
Mike Aviles takes the ball inside. Mike singled in the first, fly to right in the third. Hits this one in the left field, and the Indians are on the board. Aviles drives home his 15th run of the year as Michael Martinez scores from third, and it's a 4-1 ball game. Well, that's what they needed. Just get something going offensively.
Yeah, they're on the board. 2-out base hit. Five hits on the night. Yellowwood bringing the lumber right there. 2-out base hit.
Again, much like the home run yesterday, those hands are tight to the body. Just get the barrel to it. Michael Brantley takes a fastball for a strike. Down low. Chops it foul. Be curious to see how this at bat goes for Brantley after seeing Rodon twice. First at bat was a good one, but he ended up getting Michael on a good tight slider to strike out. Next time up he flied to center, so now third time around you would think, just on the law of averages and the way Michael's season has gone, that the advantage swings his way, though he's down in the count 1-2. But as you just pointed out a moment ago, it all comes down to the guy on the bump executing. Brantley grounds it to Ramirez to end the inning. Tribe gets on the board, though. Mike Aviles with a 2-out RBI single. It's 4-1 Chicago, middle of the fifth. Next month, two of the biggest names in the UFC will face off as coaches as interim featherweight champ Conor McGregor and Uriah Faber join an all-new season of The Ultimate Fighter. The mayhem begins Wednesday only on Fox Sports 1. Austin Adams, third Indians pitcher to work here tonight. comes on to face 2, 3, and 4 in the Chicago order: Alexei Ramirez, Jose Abreu, and Melky Cabrera. Ramirez 0 for 2 on the night, 0 for 5 in the series. Swings at the first pitch toward right. Long run for Rayburn, and he can't get it. It'll go up into the seats for a ground rule double.
That ball just kept slicing away from him. You know, he had a good jump on it. He was chasing it, but boy, it kept cutting to the line. It hits the track and jumps up into the seats. Could just never catch up to it. It was a high fastball. And you can see he got up on it and sliced it. Look at Rayburn going over there. He thought he was going to put his glove on, but that thing just carried down into the corner, and it's going to be a ground rule double for Ramirez. That'll be his 27th double on the year.
Yeah, you're right on the replay. That wasn't even a strike.
No, that was up here. He got on it and sliced it that way. Boy, that went a long way. Because Adams throws awfully hard. But boy, that's a tough pitch to get on top of, but that guy can.
Abreu takes it's a little bit high, ball 1.
This is a big point in the ball game here. If the Indians can stop them from getting him over, getting him in, keep it a 3-run game, they can get right back in it. This is a point where if you're Chicago, you really want to go ahead and get him over and get him in and take that momentum back. After the Indians scored with 2 outs in the top half of the 5th.
Yeah, it's low to Abreu, 2-0. You know, Abreu, if you look at his overall body of work this year, it's maybe not as impressive as what he did a season ago, and we still have 20 some odd games left in the season. Line drive, right center field.
I'll never say that.
He's going to get the run home. He's done a heck of a job all season.
He got him over and got him in, and I know what you're saying.
He's got 85 runs batted in. He's going to probably get to 100, I would think.
Oh, he will. Easy.
But when you consider that the lineup around him has been bad, it's more impressive what he's done this
Well,
year.
it's not that it's been bad. It's they pitched him differently. They're going to make other people beat him, and they're going to pitch around this guy. But right here was a perfect example. He had the count in his favor. He stayed to the right side of the field to at least get him over, but you get the base hit and you get him in. His thought process was doing his job, and he got the bonus.
Yeah.
And that's what you like about that guy, being that RBI guy. He doesn't try to pull everything or hit the ball out of the ballpark. He's a machine. He'll get to 100.
Broke his back, or did he? Martinez will make the catch. That carried a long way. It didn't sound good coming off the bat. And that's out number 1. Game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Rob Brantley with a 3-run homer off Carlos Carrasco in the 2nd. That got the party started for Chicago. Then Abreu with a solo shot in the 3rd. Carrasco departed after that. And then Mike Aviles in the 5th got the Indians on the board. But what happens?
Yeah, they come right back.
2 batters later and respond.
They sure did.
To get the run right back. 5-1. And now with 1 out, Avisail Garcia. By a diving Urshela in the left. Well, they're teeing off on Austin Adams. They are getting after it.
Well, that's Mr. Aggressive. It sounded like he broke his bat there. It was a slider away. But as he goes up and he has good plate coverage, look at it. Oh, that slider stayed middle of the plate, even though it went off the end of the bat. It sounded like
you saw pieces of it.
Yeah, well, it was not executed. They wanted that away, and it stayed middle 3rd in. So they're up there swinging it. 3 out of the first 4 have hits.
Upstairs. Double barrel action in the Tribe bullpen. Dialed back. They've been better of late. I mean, coming into this series, the White Sox obliterated Kansas City, beat them 12-1, 6-1, outslugged them 7-5. Before that, they beat Minnesota by a score of 6-4. So they've been swinging the bats better, but offensively, as Robin Ventura said earlier today, we thought we'd be better than what we are, and it just hasn't been a good year offensively. Ventura, as a player, was what they would refer to as a low heartbeat guy, and he's the same way as a manager. He rarely gets excited. He's a just kind of very serene, subdued personality. And he said, you know, people think that I don't care. He goes, that's unfair. Nobody cares more about me, how things are going on here. And he was asked if he wants to return next year as manager, and he said absolutely. Look, when he signed on, he wasn't looking for a job. They asked him to be the manager of this team.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, people have different ways of showing. He's not, like you say, a high energy guy.
He's never going to be Lou Piniella.
Oh my goodness, no! Nobody will ever be Lou Piniella. There's only one. He was a terrific ball player. He does care. He would have taken a job and managed the 3 years he's managed and not want to continue to do it and oversee what he's, you know, what you start.
Sure. But the general manager, Rick Hahn, also met with the media today, and he said, we're evaluating everything. Coaching staff, the whole process of information, how we're getting to these decisions. He said, first of all, we've got to evaluate how we put our roster together. Did we make mistakes in signing free agents and putting people here?
People make a big deal out of, hey, we're going to check everything out. What's wrong with that? Doing it from year to year. You know, we have to analyze stuff.
Happens in every business in America.
It sure does. You know what? Nobody's guaranteed anything. You've got to work for it. You've got to keep proving yourself. That's what it's all about.
Thompson down on strikes. Adams goes up high with a heater. 2 down.
He goes upstairs above the belt. A tough one to get up on. You see, that's right in that blind spot right there, and it's a great pitch. And had some giddy up to it, and now Terry's going to come out and make a pitching change.
With the left-handed hitting Rob Brantley coming up, left-hander Kyle Crockett is coming in. And Rob Brantley coming up for Chicago. For Crockett, he's making his 24th appearance of the year. No wins or losses, ERA 3.38. And in these lefty-lefty matchups, that's what you're looking for here. Lefties have, I mean, they've had their fair share, 8 for 33 against them.
Well, Brantley's the one that got it going today in the second inning. 1 out.
Of those 8 hits, 7 singles, 1 double.
There you go.
You know, Rick, one more comment from Robin Ventura that I thought was really interesting. As you look at Brantley, who smoked the home run earlier, that got the White Sox off and running today. And I like this because this tells you his background, tells you how long he's been around the game. He said, look, every year is different. Otherwise, what the guy did in his first year would be on the back of his baseball card forever. Every year is different. Every player is different. You can't guarantee anything. You'd like to, but you can't. And I think sometimes, because there's so much information available and we have the internet, I think we as fans, as people who watch the game, we have probably unrealistic expectations from year to year.
Because they expect you to do the exact same thing every year.
Or better, improve, get
well,
better.
You have to, right. That's why when you're a baseball player, you work hard to do the same thing every year.
Brantley to deep center. Martinez is there, makes the catch to end the inning. White Sox get the run right back. And after 5, they lead it 5-1. And a reminder, all you have to do is tweet your strongest fan photo to us using the hashtag SDO Data Strong Fan. Or you can tweet a photo of your dog, whatever it takes. It's all courtesy of T-Mobile. Ryan Rayburn 0 for 2 on the day. He has grounded out and he has struck out. Carlos Rodon has given up just 1 run. Low and away for a strike. A little bit low. I guess they released the schedule for next year today.
I was just looking up. They did. I was just looking up on the scoreboard, and I see that we are going to open up the home schedule here next year. Wow, nice play.
Rayburn has retired 1 away. The Indians will open the season at home against the Boston Red Sox 3-game series, and then they'll come right here to Chicago. White Sox will open in Oakland, and then they'll come here for their home opener against the Indians.
Well, that was an in-between hop that he stayed with nicely. Brought the glove from down to up and made a nice play.
Carlos Santana 1 out of 2 on the day.
How many times have we opened in Chicago over the years here?
There was a while where it was like every year.
Mark Burley made that one play here on opening day a couple of years ago that lasted forever.
Well, our first year working together, 07, I believe we opened here because I remember Jason Michaels making the catch in left field, and Grady Sizemore almost beat him up.
On the warning track, Yeah, we opened a lot and have with the White Sox. Either they're in Cleveland or we're here.
The 3-0 to Santana. And
Mets.
Ball 4.
His first walk.
1 on, 1 out. Yan Gomes coming up. If you haven't seen the schedule for next year, and granted it's a long way off, but interleague play will feature the Indians going up against the National League East. So there will be trips to Washington. That we'll see the
Atlanta.
Nationals' new park. Go to Atlanta. Go to
Philadelphia. And then we'll have who? The Mets, the Marlins,
and
the
Cincinnati.
Reds.
Yeah. Grounded foul, third base side. Yan Gomes went down swinging in the second. He had a line drive to Sanchez, the second baseman, in the fourth. Shoots this out of play to the right side. Count stays 0-2. Out on strikes. A half dozen Ks for Carlos Rodon. 2 down in the 6th.
Well, you look at it, he's had a very good slider tonight. Gets Brantley with it going away. There's that back footer there to Gomes again. There's a fastball up and away. That pitch right there has been the one where right-handers have to lay off of it. Because, you know, it looks good. That was a strike all the way, but the other times the swings were down and out of the zone.
Johnson to third, and Olt throws him out. Middle of the 6th. Chicago 5, Cleveland 1.
$15 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket. And the tickets are located in the family deck out at Progressive Field, home to the expanded kids clubhouse. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
New pitcher for the Tribe is Zach McAllister. And for Chicago, Michael, Carlos Sanchez, and Adam Eaton due up. A little bit high, ball one. Chris Davis hit his major league leading 41st home run tonight for Baltimore. The Orioles beat the Yankees 2-1. Outside corner painted it. The Cubs beat Redbirds Cardinals last night 9-0. Tonight they were up 8-0. And then the Cardinals put up a 5 spot, but they're still down 3 as they go to the 9th. The 1-2. Now the 2-2. Swung on and missed. Oh, blown away by a fastball from McAllister. 1 down. Well, we'll wrap up the road trip and the series tomorrow night against the White Sox. Josh Tomlin and Jeff Samardzija will square off. Alan Jensen bring you Indians live at 7:30, followed by the first pitch with us at 8 here on the home of the Indians, Sports Time Ohio. Carlos Sanchez has walked and grounded out, or popped up on the infield route. It'd be interesting to see as they go down the stretch. Pittsburgh and Chicago battling for that wild card spot.
Yeah.
Who
That's
finishes higher? You know
right.
what I mean? Yeah, because if that game's at Wrigley, oh, this town will be up for grabs over on the north side.
That'll be interesting. I see the Mets came back and got the Washington Nats again today, 8-7.
Now Washington's pretty much put themselves in must-win mode.
Well, yeah, they probably should have won the first couple of games. They had a big lead today, too. Big lead today.
Well, the Mets scored 6 runs in the 7th inning. How's that feel in your bullpen?
7-1.
Yoenis Cespedes had a 3-run double, and then a bases-loaded walk to tie the game. Upstairs, and then is it Neuenhuis?
Yeah.
He got the home run to win it.
Papelbon, wasn't it? I think it was off Papelbon.
It was off Papelbon.
Yeah.
Out of play. Again, it's what we talked about before, you know, with regards to Robin Ventura and the White Sox situation. You start thinking about expectations and what you can look for year to year, trying to predict, well, we should have this, we should be this. You just don't know. And that ball gets by Kipnis and into right field. And I'm sure in Washington, there are a lot of folks hopping mad because the Nationals aren't better. You put that kind of payroll out there, you invest that kind of money in all the pitching, just hasn't worked out for them.
Well, if you ask them, they felt like they're the best team and the team to beat. Well, that ball just gets by Kipnis into right field. I don't know if it hit the cut of the grass. No, it just took a high hop off the dirt is what it did. He was ranging to his left.
Well, that may be. They may be the team to beat. And you know what? The Mets beat them.
Well, they have so far, yes.
Open up a 6-game lead. That's going to be tough to overcome with just a couple of weeks left in the season.
Well, with the one tomorrow, and I think they get him back in New York for 3 more. But boy, time is running out. You know, it's like they haven't played with a full lineup. Their pitching and hitting hasn't matched up all year long. When you look at them, and they have no one to blame but themselves.
Well, they've lost 5 straight to the Mets.
Well, that's the ones you have to win.
Right.
The head-to-head.
And especially the ones late in the year with everything riding on them. You lose 5 in a row. That's a big swing in the momentum.
Well, and they set their rotation up this time for them.
Yeah.
You know, for the 2 times, starting with Scherzer. They're going to get Strasburg tomorrow. And tonight was Zimmerman. So, I mean, they had their rotation set exactly the way they wanted it. And they lost the first 2.
Now the 2-1 to left. Brantley will make the catch for out number 2. By the way, Texas is the team everybody's chasing in the AL for that wild card spot. They're beating up Seattle in the 4th inning 6-1. Now, Seattle was a team, you know, from an expectation standpoint, came into the season thinking about making some noise.
I'm not watching any of the hot stove leagues next year. They're always wrong.
Robinson Cano and Nelson Cruz, right? How can they miss? I'm really anxious to see how the game continues to evolve, because we've definitely seen it change in the last couple of years to a pitching dominated game. And offense, you know, there's a couple of teams, Toronto being one, that can consistently produce offensively. There's a throw down a second by Gomes, and they didn't get him.
Tell you what, Gomes could not have gotten rid of that ball any quicker than what he did. His release and his footwork were magnificent. And it was a good jump. Watch this jump. He was off and running on McAllister, and look at that. I mean, he threw that ball almost as soon as it hit his glove.
Terry's going to ask him to take a look at it. Let's see.
That didn't take.
Oh, he got him.
Now, yeah, I think he's going to be out. You're right. That hand's not at the bag yet. Gomes made a beautiful throw.
That's a great look, guys, by the way, in the truck.
Look at right at the hip,
look.
and the hand is not at the bag yet. I think you're right. They're going to have to overturn that and call him out. And that would be the inning over. That's how close it was, though.
Steve Bardo, the magician with the fingers on the video control unit there, showing you that the fingertips were not to the bag when the tag was applied.
I mean, that throw could not have been any better. I just watch. We're going to see the tag here.
This is the umpire's view.
Yeah, he's right in position, but you know, he's guessing that his hand is in the bag by the time the tag is applied. And you know what? That's his view. I agree with him. Watch how close it is. I mean, you're talking about inches, and it's full speed. It's impossible. I mean, you have to slow it down. And let me tell you, the human eye can't see that. That was a great throw that's going to be turned over only with instant replay. Inning over, boys. Nice throw, Yan Gomes.
Gomer guns down another would-be base stealer, and the inning comes to an end. We'll go to the 7th. 5-1 Chicago.
LiveIn.com to learn more. By Live-In Mattress, located in all Live-In furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T Uverse, has more channels on the go than cable.
(5-1) Chicago, rolling on to the 7th inning.
Well, he's been in pretty much control all night long. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 5 hits. That run coming back in the 5th inning, a 2-out single by Mike Aviles.
Bounced in there.
They have their bullpen ready to go, though, because he's approaching the 100-pitch mark. Zach Duke, another left-hander.
They have any right-handers on this team?
Well, no. The White Sox. Didn't we come in here and see 3 out of 4 lefties the first time we came in?
We made a big deal about it. It hadn't happened in a while.
59% strikes, and he's had a very good slider to the righties, and he's been able to get Urshela with a high fastball riding up and away tonight.
It was a 4 for 4.
Was it 4 in a row?
Lefties
okay.
In every game of the series. Urshela got a piece to stay alive. Yeah, I remember because we made a big deal about it because it hadn't happened in a long time.
Okay. Yeah, I went over. I knew it was a lot. And that's back when we were struggling to hit lefties. They've done okay on the road against left-handers. The Indians have. They're .500. They're 13-13 on the road against left-handers. They're only 6-14 at home. But David Price, Chris Sale beat those two on this road trip.
Yeah, back when we had that series back here in April, it was the first time in over a decade. 04, they had 4 lefties in a series. Before that, it hadn't happened since 1950, and it was against Chicago.
Chicago, yeah. So they love their left-handers.
Urshela sends one sky high to center. Eaton back. That was hit hard, just a little too high in the air. But it sounded like he barreled it, but more of an uppercut swing instead of a line drive cut. Saturday, MLB on Fox returns as the Eastern Division leading Blue Jays take on the wild card leading Yankees. And then the Tigers and Indians square off in a game you can only see on Fox Sports 1. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern on Fox and 7 Eastern on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Who has that game? Saturday night at 7. Tigers, Indians.
Fox Sports
Join
1.
Fox Sports 1 and Matt Underwood 1.
CJ Nitkowski will come in.
It'll be good. Good for you.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
You know the pitching matchup yet? You don't have that.
Bauer,
now.
I think.
I'm sure Murph will find it for you.
I mean, he'd be pitched yesterday. He'd be scheduled to go Saturday. The 1-2. Martinez down on strikes. Well, at some point you have to give the old tip of the cap to Carlos Rodon. He has struck out 7. He's only walked 1, and he's allowed 5 hits.
Well, and his last 3 home starts, he's 2-0 and an ERA at 3. So you can see he's been pitching very well at home. He's looking to go 3-0. And right now he has a 4-run lead in the 7th inning.
No balls, 2 strikes.
We're going to see this young man for a long time.
Wow. That was 98 miles an hour, and it's his 8th strikeout of the night as the Indians go 1-2-3. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Stay tuned for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Alan Jensen will have the highlights and break it down after the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio. Ryan Webb is the 5th Indians pitcher to work here tonight as he comes on to pitch the bottom of the 7th. And he'll be facing 2, 3, and 4 in the Chicago lineup. Ramirez lines that pitch into right center field. Rayburn over to cut it off.
His 2nd straight hit.
As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite on this date, 1995. Do you remember where you were?
I sure do.
Popped up, Jim Thome into foul ground, and the Indians punched their ticket to the postseason for the first time since 1954. And that night was quite a party in downtown Cleveland.
Yes, it was.
Trying to remember exactly, but Abreu cuts and misses. Cal Ripken had just broken Lou Gehrig's record, and I think Baltimore might have had an off day after that game, so that was the first game they might have played since he broke the record, was in Cleveland. There was a lot of pregame media attention there, A, for the Indians, but also because of Cal Ripken.
Right. Breaking the record, sure.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
It was a zoo, and I'm just thinking to myself, if this is what the postseason is going to be like, this is going to be crazy. And boy, was it ever.
Yeah, it was a wild ride.
Oh, I'm just laughing thinking back to that 95 postseason run. 0-2 pitch. Hammered to left. Over the head of Brantley. Short hops the wall. Ramirez flying into third. He'll be held there. It's a double for Abreu.
Wow, that 0-2 pitch.
That was a missile.
It was almost like it was a 2-0 pitch. Because I'll tell you what, it was over the head of Brantley before you knew it. That's the third hit now for Abreu. He has a homer, a single, and now a double. Oh, stayed middle of the plate. He tried to throw that good slider to him again that he swung and missed the pitch before. But this guy's a great breaking ball hitter. That's what makes him another good RBI guy. You think you can throw him one, you better get it where you want it. And don't leave it middle of the plate. So now this inning is set up. Nobody out, second and third. Infield coming in.
We saw that the first game we played against Chicago when Abreu was a rookie, and he hit a breaking ball halfway up the bleachers in left field.
Well, you think you can get one by him, but boy, you just better locate it. He'll sit on it. He'll look for it, and he can also. You think you can throw the heater by him inside? You can't do that either unless you. He's an excellent hitter. And he has always hit the drive very well. And we see him 19 times a year.
Hit in the hole. Nice backhanded stop by Aviles. From his knees, throws out Cabrera.
What is Ramirez still doing on third base?
Well, that was a dynamite play first and foremost by Mike Aviles.
Sure
first
was.
The stop, and then to just get to one knee and flip it over to first on the money for the out.
This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. It was a beautiful play into the hole, and Cabrera was looking that way. Ramirez should have been going home because Aviles, that would have been his only play anyway. He couldn't have got to his feet to throw him out. He was a bystander, but a wonderful play to get the first out of the inning, and the runners do not advance.
I'm just going to say Ramirez didn't read it well off the bat, and he just got stuck.
Yeah, well, you know, he thought. You're right. He was watching instead of putting his head down to go.
And Garcia tried to dig that out, but that sinker's tough to dig out sometimes.
Well, once again, free swinger. He wants to hit everything that sinker. You can keep it down and in. Let him hit it foul or beat himself up with it.
Down in the dirt. That's 1-1. Infield still in for Cleveland. And he popped him up. Rayburn coming in. Makes the catch. Ramirez will not try to come home. He stopped about a quarter of the way down the line. 2 away. And now Trace Thompson to the plate. The infield will be able to back up to normal depth here. Tell you what, those are back-to-back really good at bats for Ryan Webb from his standpoint.
Yes.
Keeps those runners put. Now if he can get Thompson, he's at least given his team a chance to still put something together. He gives up a hit and it's pretty much lights out. And everybody in the park knows it. This will not be an easy out though. Thompson singled and scored in the second, walked in the third, then he struck out in the fifth. Good sinker inside corner for a strike. They've gone to the 11th inning in Detroit. Tigers and Rays tied at 7. Bounced in front of the plate. 1-1. And it's by Urshela. And there come the 2 runs we've just talked about. On his way to second. Thompson slides in. He is out at the bag to end the inning.
The run does score, though.
Both runs get in for Chicago. And it's now a 7-1 White Sox lead as Trace Thompson got it just by Urshela. Brantley with a good throw to second, but too little, too late.
Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
(7-1) Chicago as we go to the 8th inning. Carlos Rodon went 7, gave up 1 run on 5 hits, walked 1, struck out 8. He'll give way to Nate Jones.
Good night for him tonight. Pitched very well. Nate Jones appearing for the 13th time. He was a young guy that they had high hopes for.
AT&T reverse rewind. Uverse rewind. Mike Aviles with 2 hits on the night. One of them drove in the Tribe's only run thus far. Aviles, Michael Brantley, Ryan Rayburn due for the Indians here in the 8th. Hammered to left. Back goes Melky Cabrera. Can't make the play, just off the end of his glove. And Aviles will go into second base with a leadoff double.
Well, that ball was hit hard, but it's a play that it looks like Cabrera should make. He got back there and got leather on it. He just couldn't hold on to it. This ball was hit. Mike's swinging the bat very well. He got a pitch up in the zone. He drives it. It's over the head. Up goes Cabrera. Hit him on the wrist.
Wow.
He overjumped. You know, he went up there. I don't even think it hit his glove. If it did, it hit him right in the heel.
Yeah.
Did they give him an error on that? I don't know. I see that they have an error on the board.
Double. The official score and just put up a double.
Okay.
Michael Brantley 0 for 3. I know you have standards as an outfielder, but I think that falls under the normal guides of not a routine.
No, it wasn't normal. Mike hit the ball hard. It was a line drive, but
Brantley smokes it deep right field. She is gone. Michael Brantley with a 2-run homer to jolt the Indians offense. Brantley goes deep for the 13th time on the year and now has 77 runs batted in.
Yeah, how big were those 2 runs now in the top or bottom half of last inning?
No doubt about it. We talked about it at the time. He gets out of that and he gives his team a fighting chance. 7-3 ball game now.
Brantley hits his 13th. Down and in his nitro.
Well, still nobody out in the inning. And Chicago's bullpen has a left-hander up and ready. You get a pinch hitter here, Francisco Lindor, to bat for Ryan Rayburn. Zach Duke is the lefty up. Down low. So Avila's got it started. Brantley drove them both home. Now Lindor getting his first at bat of the night. And he bounces it right at the second baseman. Sanchez, 1 away. Time now for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski. All right, thanks, Al. We expect an update from Detroit in the next 10 minutes. They're in the bottom of the 11th in the Motor City. 7-7 Tigers Rays. The relevance or importance of that game is the fact that Tampa's just a half game behind the Indians in this wild card tangled mess. No, I think we'd all admit it's not the guys behind you you're worried about. It's the guys in front of you that you have to catch.
You know, it comes down to where you just have to win. Period. You can't lose games when there's so few left, and you're playing catch up. And then you end up rooting for other teams once you can win.
Well, the shame of it is the Angels are losing. The Twins lost. The Rangers are winning again big, but those are a couple of teams ahead of the Indians that were either have lost or look like they're going to lose. But it's why playing from behind is so difficult, because you just can't afford any slips.
Right. You almost have to play perfect baseball.
Ball 4. Santana gets aboard. And it brings up Yan Gomes, and out comes the pitching coach, Don Cooper. I think our stage manager Joe's lost his mind. He just did he did the math. He counted it up. It's only 208 days until opening day in Cleveland next year. Indians Red Sox.
Well, he's had a lot of time. Joe's good at that. How about the year after that, Joe? When will we open?
No, Karnak's back in Cleveland.
Well, he can't wait to get the limo and come pick up Murph and the boys.
All right, Yan Gomes trying to do his part to bring the Indians back in this thing. Pops it up right field. Trace Thompson near the line. 2 down. Chris Johnson is 1 out of 3 on the night. And a foul back. Mentioned the Twins losing. Kansas City stopped a 4-game losing streak with that win over the Twins. It's the 3rd time this year that Kansas City has had a 4-game losing streak. You know, as great a year as they've had, I'm surprised they've lost 4 games in a row more times than once.
They never have lost 5. But they stopped it.
They swing at it, Johnson.
Here's the 0-2. A little bit high.
This is where we heard of the last time we were in and started chuckling at something that they said. Gotta remember it.
Here's the 1-2. Just missed. And that was up there at 98 from Nate Johnson. You know, Nate Johnson has great velocity, but he's got one of the most bizarre deliveries where he cocks that hand and he just sort of holds the ball up in the air. You would think it'd be really easy to pick up the ball as a hitter.
It might be. That's why if he's throwing 98 and they're still hitting him, you can see it. He throws the slider and gets out of it.
Michael Brantley gets the Indians a little bit closer with his 2-run homer here in the 8th. But it's still Chicago leading it 7-3. And the new Indians pitcher is right-hander Gavin Floyd. He'll be on for the 3rd time. He's worked 3 innings. He has walked the batter. Defensively, Francisco Lindor stays in the game. He takes over at shortstop. The shortstop, Mike Aviles, is now in right field. And we're ready for action as Rob Brantley will lead off for the White Sox. Brantley supplied the big blow in this game with a 3-run homer in the 2nd. Got the White Sox on the board first. Gave him a big early cushion. But the real killer for Cleveland, as they tried to claw their way back in it at least, was that 2-out, 2-run single just by a diving Urshela at 3rd by Trace Thompson last inning.
Yeah. Very big hit. They moved it from a 5-1 game to 7-1.
Yeah, if that score's sitting at 5-3 right now, well, then you still feel like, hey, you get a guy on.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Bloop and a blast, and you're tied.
White Sox bullpen hasn't exactly been impermeable. Foul, first base side. Ooh. That guy took quite a spill, lost his pants in the process.
Did he ever have them on?
I'm not sure.
Let's take it.
That's a nice diving effort, but ouch.
No, he never had them on. Is that Murph?
The 2-1 is a little bit high. There's the guy that came up with the souvenir at the end of all that. Up high, ball 4. Gavin Floyd puts Brantley on to start this bottom of the 8th. Time for our Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game. This was what you call backbreaker.
That was a bullet down the left field line. Brantley hustles over there as the 2-run score. They throw him out at second base, but the run crossed home plate before the out was made. It would put 2 on the board. That was Thompson's second hit of the game.
He went around, strike 1. Gavin Floyd spent 7 big league seasons pitching for the Chicago White Sox. His best year came back in 08 when he went 17-8 with a 3.84 ERA. And in 206 innings that year, he struck out 145 batters. And that was actually his first full season in the big leagues. The year before, he'd made 10 starts, pitched in 16 games. Popped up, Santana. 1 away. Recapping our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Make Rodon get in the zone. Well, he wasn't wild tonight. He filled up the zone. And how deep can Carrasco go? Not very.
Yeah, right. Made a couple of mistakes on the plate, got hurt with them.
Last year, Gavin was with the Atlanta Braves. He signed as a free agent there. And in 9 starts had a 2.65 ERA, but he fractured his right elbow. Not a deal where he fell down. It's just a normal wear and tear of pitching in all the innings he's logged. He fractured, what is it, the olecranon? I'm not sure how you pronounce the bone in his elbow, but that same bone, it's the prominent bone in the elbow joint, and it's the same bone he refractured right out of the chute in spring training this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he was throwing well. He looked great in the bullpen. Everything seemed to be going on. All of a sudden, he said, you know what? Something just doesn't feel right. And they went in and took a look, and he had refractured it. So he had to spend a lot of time waiting for it to heal, and that's the worst part. Athletes don't do sitting around waiting real well.
Not very well. You're right. But after you go through it once, to go right back and do it again, that's the frustrating thing. This guy spent some good years here in Chicago. Pitched very well for him. I remember him pitching against us many times, and he pitched very well.
He's one of those guys you just know you're gonna battle because he's gonna compete. That's the kind of stuff he does to you. I mean, he's not going to blow it by people. He's not going to rear back. And he doesn't have a Danny Salazar electric fastball, but he knows how to pitch.
Well, 92 slider, a little change. There's the slider right there. You get the hitters to swing and miss. A tight breaking slider. Second out of the year in the 8th inning.
And with the benefit of all the experience he has, he's smarter now too.
Right.
Bounce to second, and Eaton is retired. We'll go to the 9th in Chicago. The Indians down 7-3. Indians Live presented by Conrad's coming up next. Hopefully the Indians can make this thing last a little longer. They're down 4, and Robin Ventura, after all that warming up and getting ready, decides now he wants to go to the bullpen.
Well, they pinch hit. They're bringing up Ramirez, Jose.
Okay, we got a timeout. 7-3 Chicago. Bullpen shuffle for Chicago as left-hander Zach Duke comes on. When Jose Ramirez was announced as the pinch hitter for Giovanni Urshela.
Guess they wanted to hit him from the right side of the plate. Remember, this game started about an hour late because of clouds.
I love the way you say that, because of clouds.
Well, it was
quite cloudy.
It was very cloudy.
Jose, can you see? Goodbye, Ramirez. That was 3/4 of the way up the seats in left field. My goodness.
I'm glad they put him to the right side of the plate.
He absolutely clobbered that ball. His 3rd home run of the year, and it's a 7-4 ball game.
Yeah, I don't know if he could hit a ball any farther than that. That was right in his little nitro zone. Watch, down and in. He golfed that one.
Well, remember we talked about Abreu earlier golfing one?
Yeah.
He's got a better driver.
Yes, he's got the TaylorMade out.
Michael Martinez. Well, it's 2-0. Three balls and a strike. David Robertson getting loose now.
Well, it's a save situation now.
Oh, off the foot of Martinez, who went down in a hurry.
don't know exactly where that ball hit him, but it looks like it's on the instep of his left foot from where he's pointing at right now. And that's exactly where it went off. He went straight down. Watch the front foot, instep. Right there.
Right off the top.
Uh-huh.
You hit that big bone on the top of your foot, and that might have been where that ball went right down off of. He's having trouble putting any weight on it at all. They tell us 420 feet on the Jose Ramirez home run.
No kidding. That's about as far as you can hit it right there.
Seemed farther than that, didn't it?
Well, it usually does when you pull the ball. It looks like it's going farther, but holy smokes, he picked that one up off the ground. Watch this. Boom. Take a peek. Look again. You know, when you don't get a chance to run like that too often, it's awfully nice when you know you can get one.
Oh, Martinez fooled badly by the breaking ball. One down. Was that sort of like, you think Dwayne Kuiper had that same?
Oh, no. No way.
Well, the guy he hit it off is right next door, so we could go ask him.
No, I could tell you, he didn't. No, he didn't know it was out of there. He never saw the right fielder's numbers, he said. It hit, I think, in the first row and bounced back. It didn't go up there.
No, it's true. But they all count the same.
Yeah, they do.
All you got to do is clear the wall.
Get it over that yellow stripe.
Jason Kipnis 0 for the night. He has grounded out twice, flied out, and struck out. And now he's not happy with that call. 1-1. 7-4. The Indians down to their last 2 outs. By the way, Redbird tells me that the pinch hit home run by Ramirez gives the Indians 5 pinch hit homers on the year. That's their most since 1996.
Wow. Well, Murph had some that was traded, right? He had 3, I believe.
I was going to say.
He had 3.
Jerry Sands has 1, and now Ramirez. The 2-2. Oh, man. That was either a perfect pitch or just a bit off the plate. Let's take another look. And wow.
Well, it's right down there. It was close, but now Ventura going to his closer for the final out.
So with 2 down, the Duke is out. Robertson is in. So David Robertson needs one out to pick up the save.
I don't think so. There's a 3-run lead. The tying run's not even on the on-deck circle.
Oh yeah, he's got to come in and start the inning. That's right.
So he's only going to. They're trying to get the last out here, and Aviles has been swinging a hot bat with 3 hits tonight. He didn't want to take a chance.
You don't want it to get any closer.
Exactly.
We'll see if Mike Aviles still has something to say about that, though. He is 3 for 4. And he checks his swing. And on one pitch, the game comes to an end. Here in Chicago, the White Sox survive. 7-4 is the final. They even the series at a game apiece. Carlos Rodon goes 7 to get the win. He's 7-6. Carlos Carrasco, after the 18-day layoff, was not sharp, and he takes the loss at 12-10. The Indians are now 67-70. White Sox are 66-71.